Let's get further. Even if that causes other collisions? Sounds confusing. I'm gonna need one of these controllers. Have a look over here. Just real quick. Have no look-see. If I can raise my reputation or find another station where I already have a reputation. Oh, can I just give you guys money? No, don't give money to other people. Just give these guys money. I'm not asking for much. We will complete our mission. And a small bit of that. Alright, I have 26 million, so I would like to upgrade another ship soon. But I think I need to jump over to a system that has more likely to have what I need. So like one of these guys I'm friendly with. Friendly? It's the only reason I rep with everyone. Name of the game now. And 14,000 light years. So you're paying. You're like 100 is a lot. 1,000 is ridiculous. Not a criminal, secretive. get in. Where do you go? Code link. This isn't going to help either. I'm looking for a industrial or high tech with a lot of big population.
Docking clamps retracted. Go for departure.
Or jobs. Like that.
Station perimeter. Take care, Commander.
Frameshift drive charging.
Not great for heat, but that's the best strategy, to just put some distance. Which is, I don't need to. If you're really gonna try to hide, you gotta do other things, but
fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
how far is this thing? Come on, get some speed. Is this gonna be the whole stream? Yeah. How much time are we gonna knock off? How fast we're gonna get going? .14 light years, a weird measurement. I should show it a different way so it actually count down. Let's keep speeding up. I've knocked so much time off, but nothing off the distance. There, it finally ticked down a little bit. .14 to .13. Let's see how fast we get going. Just gonna keep accelerating. or how fast you might get going if these aren't gonna count down really at all. Gonna show anything. I have to mess with my headphones real quick. Hopefully that got rid of the crackling. Sorry. Did anything weird? Some point a little bit after 1000 C it starts slowing down. Slowed down a little bit already. Damn, this is gonna take almost an hour. Alright. Speed is almost like real time. It's not counting so fast you can't keep up with it. It is a little bit faster. Actually no, because those are tenths of a second. So yeah, we're at about 1000 C, looking at an hour. So let's see how much faster we can get going. I think it's at about 1200, 250, something like that. It slows down. At some point here, there's a noticeable slowdown in your gains. That might have been it. 1-1. That seems. Yep, now we're fighting to speed up. This is still gonna take forever. I wish you could need to go get the engineer stuff. So many things to do. I'd like to get my big transport functional and making money, but damn. Well, we're just fine forever. Let's go double check this setting. Because it likes to be super weird. Nope, that's good. Everything's happy. Wow. Surprising. Just keep pushing. Suppose I need to do it from here. I can go do a little bit of shopping recon.
Mission objective detected.
Hey. And we're gonna get it all. The heck do you come on? Good. Maybe we'll head over that way. Hey, Dose. You already say that? This mission's worth, damn, 5 million, but we're so far away. Have you made the soil thing? You can make clay at the soil thing. I can't think of the name. The machine that you put the full canisters of soil in, and it makes you all the resources. You can make clay from that, and it doesn't take much to make that machine. It uses a lot of energy, but it doesn't take much to get it going. Yeah, clay can suck to find. Can be so hit and miss. They changed the recipes and everything. They changed everything when they put the computer chip things in. Exo chips, whatever they are. Yeah, I think clay's really random. I don't think there's a like one biome or any place that's better to find it at. Can you make a little tractor? Probably not. Because that gives you a mobile oxygen source. You could find clay underground. You could find it in a forest. You can find it just out in an open field. Underground, about 3 or 4 layers under, might be a good place to look for it. But there should be some on the surface. You just have to run into it. It doesn't look like much, so it's really easy to miss it when you walk by. Yeah, it just looks like these teeny little triangles sticking out of the ground, and sometimes they're barely sticking out, so they don't really show up. And they kind of blend in because it's all like grass and dirt, and they're dirt colored. Can you do any of the missions from the landing pad? If you go over to the landing pad and hit the little screen on it, it'll give you a list of all these little missions, that objectives and different things that it wants you to do, and it gives you a lot of really OP stuff for doing it. What up, deep pokes? Alright, Depugs, do you know of any place where clay is more likely to spawn in Astroneers? Or a technique to find it? They've blocked the centrifuge and some different things until you find clay. But now, apparently, if you start a new game. Now that the game has been released and everyone's playing it, they are completely changing the rules and playstyle and everything else. And Doves needs clay. And I picked a mission that was 0.14 light years away. You need 2 drill mods to get a centrifuge schematic. Yeah, I said finding clay's always been kind of random, but you usually just run into it when you're running around. It's out there. You just, you know, it takes a while sometimes. Sometimes you're sitting right on it. Sometimes you have to run around and I don't know. But it seems like Dove said he's found and unlocked 3 of the gates and hasn't ran into any clay yet. No clay. And what's up with the pugs? You gonna hop in? You gonna fly starships? Still packing? Gathering the energy. Ah, yes. I want to go find people. Yeah. Yeah, I can turn this down. This is just a side thing, right? They won't be happy, but we have a contact in the blah 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 system. They have some important data that needs passing on to our client, blah blah blah. At blah 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 terminal, please find blah 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 and deliver blah 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 data. No. Now they're mad. No? I said no, right? Damn it. I don't want to do anything more for these people after they make me fly forever. Ever. But the blacksmith shop was nice and hot. And was a mess. It's like nobody knows where the tools go, or shop maintenance and all those little things that, are great if they do. Yeah, nobody gets any training. Kind of crazy. I spent quite a while just like cleaning and restocking, putting tools away. It was like, oh man, this is gonna go on for a while. I also forgot my wallet and my keys today. So just, killing it, adulting. If you can't be held responsible for the blacksmiths, I hold you responsible for me forgetting my wallet and keys. How dare you? If you would have been around yesterday, it never would have happened. But no, kind of awkward. A little weird. Especially when you go to lunch and you order and you reach for your wallet, and that's the first time you realize in the day that you don't have it. Yeah, it's like I want a hamburger with bacon and fries. And they're like, you want a drink with that? And I reach for my wallet, and I'm like, But luckily I eat there every day, and it's at our work. So I just got some funny looks, and they're like, you're gonna have to pay double tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to pay double tomorrow. But yeah, that was pretty awkward. The other awkward thing was sitting down with the employees and being like, damn, I forgot my wallet. And then my food shows up and they're like, what the? How do you get food with no money? Yep, a little awkward. But I guess it paid off buttering them up. I gave them a bunch of leaves. Like, these guys never get stuff. They work at the park. A bunch of them have worked at the park for quite a while. So I get to make, a bit of the day is my own time that I can make what I want and do whatever I want with it. So that's what I did with some of the stuff that's mine. That's very nice. Yeah, it's nice to have. It's nice to kind of know your local people, and that's very nice for them to drive you. And some little towns will let you just put stuff on credit. My sister lived in this little town in New Hampshire, and it was so small that it was considered a villa. It wasn't even considered a town, township, whatever. Didn't even know you, just a nice person. That's great. And the little local store there, because there were only two, one on one side of the river and one on the other, like so many people had a tap at the store and at the little deli shop. And people just come in on day or two after payday, whatever, and pay their tabs. And but it made it really easy for you to just like send your kids down to grab like some milk and eggs. And it was a really small store, but they had a really nice little grocery aisle thing that had stuff that people cooked all the time. So there are just like a couple things that everyone would ask all the time for them to keep in stock because they're dishes that they cooked. And when you had 70-90% of the ingredients and needed that one thing and you were already cooking, you just send the kids down. And it was such a small place that they like knew everyone there. They knew whose kids were who. They'd just be like, yeah, my mom sent me down for this. It was also kind of really weird because like everybody knew everybody and knew gossip about everybody. Like everybody was all up in everybody's business because it was just such a small town. Everybody knew everybody from work or school or social activities. And you'd meet people and they'd be like, oh, you live in that house. You live over there. It's like, what? Then you kind of figure out that it's just a really small neighborhood and you're the new local gossip. Like when we went and we wanted to go fishing, so we go and get bait, and we ask the person, where's Depug's found the clay. He is the clay hound dog. We asked the person where a good fishing spot was, because there's almost always like a killer spot that the locals know about. And they're like, alright, leave the parking lot, take a right, go down the road, take a left, don't cross the bridge, go along. Are you on my world? Devs ask. Have you just found clay on a random map? Look, screen share, look, I did it! They're like, walk down the road next to the bridge. When you get to the end, cut through the guy's yard, that's so-and-so, everybody does. We're walking down, and there must have been like 5 different people sitting on their porches that were like, guys going fishing? Yep. Passing through or new in town? New in town? Ah, you must be the folks moved into... And then they'd tell us the same thing. Just, yep, you're on the right path. Just keep going. When you get to so-and-so's house, just cut through his yard. Everybody does. Like he has the fishing spot, so the town has an easement to cut through his yard. That was a fun little place, though. Slow down that much, we still want to get there, dang. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Or is it beeping for another reason? Is I getting close to getting knocked out of hyperspace? Depugs is gonna die in your messy world. Wouldn't be the first time. Hopefully he doesn't die with all the clay on his body. Halfway across the world underground. So many like trenches and giant holes in the ground that are super deep. He needed lots of soil so he could build a ramp to the heavens. Are you gonna build a base up there, devs? No, you told us about it. One of your, I'm getting a bit better, and Astroneer made a ramp to the clouds. Wonder if I need a rocket to get to another planet? Yes, you need a rocket. You're gonna need a small rocket and a thruster, the disposable one.
Mission objective detected.
Don't worry, devs. No extra charge for obsessive compulsive cleaning and organization. That comes free of charge when you play with us. Am I good at it? No, but it'll bug me just enough that I'll put some effort into it. Try to get everything all cleaned and organized. Oh, off subject, but at the end of the day, my forearm cramped up when I was trying to do some chores, and it's like, ooh, that's a really weird feeling. Feel like my arm lock up and try to open my hand, trying to pull my, it's like, Alright, Dev, sounds good. Seek and ye shall find. And I forgot my hamburger. I should have been smarter, and I should have told them that I would gladly pay for a hamburger tomorrow if they would give me a hamburger today. Do you got the reference? I don't know if you guys got that one. Old cartoon. Someone's buddy. I don't know if you'd call him a sidekick, but Yeah, I just don't know if they had it over there. Yep, Popeye. Yeah, Mr. Wimpy. He was great. That was all he was really good for, but. I think that's pretty close. Yeah, Popeye never really stuck for the next generations. Someone needs to make him relevant and do Popeye versus all the anime characters. How strong is he? Because he does do some kind of stupid things. But probably not super strong, because back in the day, strength of 10 men or whatever would have been ridiculously strong. I don't think there are very many people going, 10 men? But why stop there? What if they had the strength of 100 or 1,000? You know, like, he's stronger than the bully, and he's strong enough to do some kind of stupid things that you shouldn't be doing with your bare hands. Which would probably absolutely kill someone if you hit them that hard. Just a regular person. Where you at, dog? Oh, sorry. Doves. Taking a break on the surface. Man, you guys don't sound super friendly. You don't sound like you're gonna kill me, but you don't sound friendly. The ships look more green than not, so. I don't think I get to move sideways as fast as the computer gets to.
gear deployed.
For your convenience and safety, pacification infringement on access and tracking.
Touchdown. Ship is locked down.
Get off of my ship. That took too damn long. Please get out and go away. What? Ship integrity 10%? What? Excuse me? I haven't been under attack. How do I keep losing ship integrity? Like, nothing shot me. I haven't done anything weird that I know of. Do you lose integrity when you boost? Is your ship not designed to fly? I don't get it. It's a ship if it's... No, that doesn't make sense. There's something stupid that they think I'm doing wrong, but what is it? Because that's ridiculous and that's kind of BS. Whatever it's designed for, it should be able to do. It shouldn't just take damage, just random. For doing its job. That's weird. Okay. hop over to this other place and I guess we can't see what's for sale until you bring your ship over. It kind of sucks, but
Observing steady traffic in this sector. Caution is advised. You are
Frameshift
clear to
drive
resume road
charging.
navigation. Stay safe, Commander.
Ta-da!
yeah.
Howdy, howdy.
4,
How goes it?
2,
It goes just lovely.
engage.
Well,
Nice.
I'm using my headphones on like Bluetooth mode. That's it's tough to get one or two things done, but I thought I'd provide some noise.
Ah, thank you.
Because even if I'm in game, we don't see each other very often anyway, so I think I'm gonna throw myself on one of those ultra long missions and then kind of do some stuff right behind me and then casually do it. But yeah. Yeah,
Fuel
another
creep
news.
disengaged.
I don't know if it's good news or bad. Oh no, I don't have it set. Oh no, hold on. Yes. Game's playing through the computer audio rather than my headphones.
Oh, it's irritating.
Uh,
I know that one. It's weird. And
yeah, whatever. It doesn't seem to want to change very nicely, so I'm just gonna leave it
go
as is
to
for now.
settings, the
I'm not in
sound,
yet. Except for the yeah.
and
Oh my
then
God, it's my
the
ship.
sound settings are on the right side.
Yeah.
And then you just have to pick the microphone or headset as default.
Oh, wait, no, wait, what? Why is this not working? Huh?
And it's winter again in RimWorld, trying to keep everyone from starving.
Private, banana head, connect, correct. I have to say, I spent the day yesterday, which is why I was completely MIA, cleaning my room. I'm thinking I'm gonna move my desk from where it is now, like in the center of the wall, to the corner of the room behind me, which is interesting. I think it might work better for me.
Mm-hmm.
It really opens up the space a lot more. But I had this chair sitting there for ages, and that was never had any good use for it. So I'm like moving that away, and then I'm just working with the one I've got. Well, I just don't use it.
Just
Got
use the
my
one that
desk.
you actually
Sound
use.
Kruger, Bravo Alpha
Yeah,
November.
well, it was this big,
The
it was a big
Federation
comfy
welcomes
chair, and
you.
I just moved
Follow
it
station
out.
protocols and enjoy your visit, Commander. Permission
Can I leave
authorized.
with a mission?
Vector for approach to landing pad 27.
No.
Clear for automated approach vectoring.
So I'm like, I really hope I didn't. That is incredibly annoying if I did. I hate when that happens. Contact. Administrative. Oh no, I need to go to the power contract. Salary. That. But yeah, so I'm gonna move some things around. It's gonna be great. I think it's gonna make everything very nice. And yeah, it was a lot of work. I was working up until about like, I don't know, 2 in the morning. Just moving. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was like, it's just so silent.
And I said, oh,
Landing gear
Oh,
deployed.
my
that's
headphones are
quite
being
a
weird.
lot of moving.
Yeah, that's great. I was moving a bunch of stuff. Just I haven't even moved the desk yet. The desk is still in the same
Landing
place.
successful.
That was just
Engines
other moving, like
disengaged.
cleaning out our basement. It was a lot of work.
Making room to move things. That's what we've been
Mm-hmm.
doing here. Is
Yeah, exactly that. We're like, we have all this stuff that we just like have no use for. Let's just switch it out for things we do have a use for. And whatever we don't have a use for, let's just get rid of it. And it's like, well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Let's just do it. And so we did. We spent a lot of time doing so, which wasn't bad. It was just a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah.
I think this is it. This is gonna be a good place to go shopping.
I'm missing that
No,
super high quality of my other headphones. Ugh. These are not as good. Well, maybe they're just not as good in Bluetooth mode.
did they
Yeah.
just send me here because they sell Beluga?
Let's see if I get any good missions that will take a while. If they've got any for like a bajillion dollars, I'm gonna grab them, even the really long ones. Because that's an app like 10 mil. I had one worth 10 million on its own, and I did it.
Devs,
It was great.
Devs wants to know if you slid down as ramp and lift.
Yeah, I don't die. Like you suggested, like, hey, make sure you stay with the whatever they're called, the tethers. And when you said that, I had already made a bunch of oxygen filters and was just running wildly through around.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. All right, this is a 4 million light second one. This is most definitely not worth it. This is only worth 5 million. Well, I guess it's worth some good money, but it's only worth 5 million.
Sure.
That will give me a lot of actual movement time, because normally I sit here and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I make sure this guy doesn't want to be secretive, high value, impatient. Well, that's not stellar. We get attacked. I get attacked. And I still have no game audio, so I guess we'll burn that bridge as we get there. This will give me the ability to walk around and get things done. Those little power cells have flashy lights. No. So they cost, I think, a graphite to make. And so they're pretty cheap, but once they're done, they're done. The big
One
battery, the one
time
that, like,
use.
yeah, kind of like the oxygen filters.
Mm-hmm.
But the battery, the big battery that I placed in front of you that like sits on the ground, that one can be recharged as many times as you want. Hundreds upon thousands of times if you would like. If you're crazy enough.
That's crazy, man.
I'm tired of waiting in the dock. So just waiting. So I'm going to just leave.
These guys don't like me, obviously. They want a $500,000 to move my ship. 20 minutes and 624 grand.
Well, it's a
25
big
grand.
ship, and it might not be
It's
very
usually
far.
200 for when I moved it 20
How
minutes
how far
away.
away? How far away are you?
I'm
Yeah,
not
I think
sure. It shows the
it does help what
the
system it's
time,
in.
not the system and stuff.
Okay.
There's the Gadoosh. Lugget terminal.
Dude, we're only 2 minutes into this, like, hour-long journey, and you're already asking me to find you goods? Dude, we're not making any stops. I'm sorry, buddy. Deal with it.
Let's just pay it. I can
Yeah,
actually outfit it a little bit here, so.
I was like, definitely just get a good frame shift drive at least. That thing should be able to provide you enough distance to get you places.
I can get up to like 15 or something. I think I should be able to buy a like level C. I've got 32, so I could get the
Yeah,
E,
35 at the moment.
but
Yeah, a lot of money. Like, I think I've
I want
almost
to
got my
keep
ship
some,
completely
so
maxed out as well.
I need some insurance money. I don't want to drop to 0.
Yeah, no.
Or I could,
Don't do
if I
that.
spend all my money, then I have to switch back over to the Dolphin and
Make money again.
make at least like 10 million so I can pay my insurance.
Ah, 1.4 light seconds. Let's party on. I'm just going to get some super cruise assist because I genuinely just don't want to have to do anything here. I put it at the max speed I can where it was still super cruise. And I'm just gonna stand up, and I don't know how well you'll be able to hear me, but I'll be here.
I'm just gonna eat a Rice Krispie treat. Because of Dolphin.
Mm-hmm. Of course, of course. Only the finest.
May or may not be dinner.
It's okay. I think my dinner was about a couple hours ago, at about noon. And a hamburger, so that's the most recent food I've eaten today. Actually, I might eat it later. I'm hungry. Yeah, we're gonna put some Spotify on in the background. Volume settings. So what? Where is it putting? Why can I not hear it? Hmm.
If you own a planet, does it how much does the political stuff affect you? I wonder.
I don't know. I don't have a planet, so I couldn't tell you.
Because, like, obviously you want it to be in the group that you're most aligned with, and
I will say though that if you're owning a planet, you're probably far enough out that I don't know if power plays even out that far.
I think it is because the news is that these two factions are engaged in a conflict and they're in danger of losing control. This is just a laboratory for this one. So now they're fighting for things. But I've seen the old ones used to be that they're fighting for control of the planets and drop the pamphlets and resources off to make your team look good, and they
Yeah,
get
I don't
in a
know.
fight and they do a blockade or whatever thing you do in this game, and then when the people are unhappy that they're not getting goods or whatever, whoever the game decides those things, the other party can start dropping pamphlets off. Because I've been prompted to pick up pamphlets and take them to different places to increase the influence and increase the chance of a system takeover.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess as it happens. I don't know how it happens or how it works, but it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at random stuff because I've got 20 minutes to kill for my ship to get here, and then I'm just gonna buy some stuff.
What you ought to do is find a mission super close by, and then just do that mission because it's
I
gonna be
forget.
quick. And then just I guess it'll ping where your ship is on the map, so you can know to go back to that one.
You say that like you don't know me. You think I'll
I
really
don't
do
know.
that?
I guess maybe not, considering that I mentioned it the other day. I was like, why don't you just like ping them and mark them and bookmark them? And you were like, you can do that?
I I have
Like,
something better you can do. I can do to kill the time. In the last 24 hours, 564 ships passed through the system. Breakdown follows. Python
oh.
68.
All
Timer
right,
back Explorer 33.
let's disconnect from the chat. Good luck. I'll chat with you later. Have a nice night. That will just go.
You don't want a detailed traffic report?
No, not really.
That is hilarious that it's in here.
Weird. It's very strange.
And if you have like an exotic ship, and be like, oh yes, there are only 4 Mambas. One of those was mine.
Hey, I think I'm one of the few people with crate mark 2s, so I think I can hold at least that list of like I don't see the crates
That's a
super often unless by super high level like I see them occasionally with pirates and stuff. High up level officials like generals and other
crate
people you have to
Mark
go
II,
hunt down.
37.
Yeah, I was like, they're not many of them, but not I guess an uncommon ship. I don't know. How does that stand in rarity in the system you are in? Less
I don't
common, more
know like
common?
what else is like around that level.
You can start naming them off and I'll tell you. It's like I've got a decent idea.
What's its price range? That'll kind of help me. I know some are kind of.
Oh, geez, it's
Is it like
expensive.
50?
It's like,
50 million?
yeah, something about 50, 35, 50, something like that. I think it's about 40 to 50 million. It is an expensive one.
There are 67 pythons. It's a little bit more expensive.
Mm-hmm. But the Python is like an attack
There
ship.
were 20 fertilants.
Gotcha. So it's not the most common, but it's not an uncommon ship.
Phantom Lord 14.
Yeah, so that's the younger, I guess the sister of this ship. That one's more
Smaller.
the all-arounder. Yeah. No, it's just different. I think it's about the same size. It just is more built around just being an all-around useful ship, where my ship is very specialized. Like it's meant, like mine is meant as an all-rounder in a way, but it's mostly meant as like being able to fight, go in, attack hard, and then jump out really fast.
Only 10 vultures and only 3 beluga liners. So when I get here, I'll bump that up to 4.
Okay, so mine's not. Yeah, so turns like yours might be the most rare. How many like federal couriers or federal corvettes? That's what it is.
There's 2 federal assault ships, 4 drop ships, there's 2 imperial clippers,
Interesting.
3 alliance crusaders, 16 imperial cutters, 6 imperial couriers, there's
A
16
decent.
federal gunships,
Yeah.
and 51 federal corvettes.
Dang. I guess that makes some sense. It's like a powerful ship, especially if it's a local one.
I guess this actually might be kind of a good tool because you can. So it's just the local news when you go into a base at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go down to the very bottom of it. And you can kind of get a feel for like how strong of a presence everyone has. And who's hopping around, what you're likely to run up against if you do combat missions or.
So what this tells you is, if you get in a fight right now, the people you're going to be against is some people like in federal corvettes, and you're going to get just wrecked. Less so vultures, just big ships.
Mm-hmm.
Pythons and apparently crates, which are good fighters. So yeah, maybe don't go and start fighting people. You might not make it out super well. I guess unless you want to. If you want to, go crazy.
Declare this banana land and open up shop. Take on all comers. Got 9 minutes. All the ships should have a little bit more movement to them.
Hmm? What do you mean?
Like when you land and do different things, they have like a teeny, like the landing gear and different little things make the ship have their teeny bit of animation. When you quick view them for the transport thing, it shows them. And they're like in one mode and then they switch to another, like they're flying to their landing or. And some of them do nothing, which is kind of disappointing. And some of them have like the teeniest little things that move. I just think that you would have more movement. You'd have little. You'd have lots of little things moving around. These are high-tech spaceships. So I think the wings would just about disappear. Don't need them when you're in space. But as soon as you got close to a planet, wanted to enter flight mode, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it change shape. If changing shape made it more efficient to jump or fight, that's what the ships would do. But this is a really old game. They've just kind of added to it. Stacked things on, updates and patches. None of that stuff was supported originally. Money goes so fast. I really do like the look of this ship, though. It's a very pretty ship. You should be able to move way, way more people, though. I mean, if this little part here is one level, the little tip part, it's where the cockpit is. 3-seater. That gives you your reference size. One little person in the middle. You should be able to fit a lot of people very comfortably. But like, what if this could go into observation mode? Into like whenever you fly by something really pretty. And you get your mini game. Try to let them see, keep everyone happy, keep the turbulence down, which when you extend the observation deck would create more turbulence if you were in atmosphere, or however the minigame's going to work. Keep them happy. Fold it back in. Maybe it could be an accessory thing that you buy. There's nothing really giving you an advantage for being
Incoming
in a
message.
passenger liner. Like if you're a big enough ship, you can fit the luxury things. I don't think there's anything stopping you from using luxury once you're big enough, luxury cabins. Damn. 7A frameshift drive is 51 million.
Sounds about right.
Oh, I'm gonna get a 7B. Hey, that jumps me up to 17. The A jumps you up to 21. Be great. I'll grab the 7B for 17 million. Ugh. What else is going to make a big difference? The other thing I could try is dropping some of these things down in size. So go from a 6E to a 5A. Which does not jump me up very much. Mass goes down 10 ton. But my power capacity goes up 20 MW megawatts. And my heat efficiency goes down 0.4. And I'm not shooting a bunch. I do have a lot more room for more guns. Let's see. And do that same thing with the thruster. So 6A. Then 16 for the 6A thrusters. Those drop you 40 ton. Because they're better, you get a big power draw increase. I think that adds up. I think that's a good way to go. Adds up. It only drops the speed to by like 10. Dev's asking if you put down a bunch of tethers.
I did some, but not many. I think I put down like 6 or 8, and then gave up and made oxygen filters and went off on my own. I think there are some that just go in a direction, but yeah. Yes, I've got the stream open. Oh, how many tethers? Not many. I think literally I did almost none. And I think I just connected 2 of your lines. So maybe like 8 tethers, maybe. I don't know. I'm lazy when it comes to tethers. Heck, if you're lost, just press R. And it'll take you back. Via Das Compass. Can I put in a suggestion to this dock way out here that, guys, you could just come closer. You know that, right? You don't have to be 1,000,000 or 4,000,000 light seconds out.
Sure.
Uh-huh. They could all be like 10 seconds, 10 light seconds, or maybe I'm fine with even 100. But 4,000,000? A little excessive.
Hmm.
Maybe it's just me. Oh,
Incoming
I
message.
see. Yeah, I didn't really do much. I gave up on the lines very shortly. After I learned that you genuinely don't have much, like, clay in your world. There's some, but not much.
Now we can make some with the soil centrifuge.
Mm-hmm. Making it. 2.7 light seconds left. Well, million light seconds. But not the point. I need to go back to packing. Getting distracted. This is the problem with sitting here. So I'm like, yes, I can just easily just sit and not do anything.
Ah, the fifth
It's a real problem.
deceptive seat. Two different places. Ooh. In a big group and they don't even pay more bums. Trying to pay this thing off.
Mind your speed and your surroundings. Avoid costly collisions.
Got to launch the thing. I'm taking the big bad boy out.
Good.
I'm taking the ship out. Beluga.
Fun.
Getting the same money as my dolphin.
Landing gear retracted.
But, you know, hopefully I'll get to a place where they like me and will pay me the money that I know I'm worth. Fighting around bums.
For another $2.69 million, they want me to go back and pick up some data from somewhere else. I'm like, I
Launching into
don't
the station. Stay safe, Commander.
know. I'm like halfway there. I'm at 2 million light seconds away. This is far too early for me to just like abandon right now and go back. Sorry, guys.
3, 2, 1, engage.
Oh. What will help with the cooling? Is that the distributor?
No. I believe it's your engine. When you go and you look at at buying things, there's something that will it's called heat efficiency or your heat dissipation. Check that out. I think it's
See
your
that,
engine.
and with my
Overheating.
upgraded jump drive and
I'll
not
have to do that.
upgraded the other thing 90.
I warned you when I was telling you when I was like, you should look into getting yourself an upgraded engine and upgraded thrusters and upgraded rim shift drive. And you're like,
I
oh no, I
couldn't
don't need thrusters or
I
engine.
couldn't
And I was
buy
like,
all of
yeah.
them. I don't
Oh
have
yeah, you
money for
could.
all of them.
Scope disengaged.
Oh, I get that. It's more of it's yeah. I think it's your engine that usually is
And then I
what
could have bought a
deals with.
better engine, but I bought a better um
Well,
what's it
people
called?
don't
Life
freak
support.
out from.
I have seat
Well,
sinks,
yeah.
so
Well,
I
it's
just
more of
dropped a heat sink before I
people
did any
aren't gonna
damage.
freak. People shouldn't freak out about too much about the heat. It's not the end of the world. Sometimes even when I'm jumping, I'm reaching 114 if I'm near a planet, and it's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not too much to be worried about, luckily.
Doves has lost his previous death bag. It's still in the same place if you know where it is. You just lost the marker and things possibly
So,
pop
suggest
out of the bag everywhere. But it's
get
still there.
yourself a beacon and just leave a beacon on your backpack. And whenever you die, if you die again trying to get back there, it will always leave a beacon exactly where you died with all your good stuff.
That's not a bad strategy if you're gonna go exploring, and beacons are cheap. They're glass, though.
It's a quartz.
The quartz, yes.
It's cheaper than that. You can make them right off the bat.
Kruger, Bravo, Alpha, November. Station
I
services
just
are
couldn't
ready
remember
for
the
arrival.
name.
Greetings, Commander. Landing permission denied. Decrease range to 7,500 meters. Permission authorized. Proceed to landing pad 389.
Why am I just sitting here? Aaron, you're
Automated
supposed to be
docking assist is now in progress.
telling me
Sitting's
not to
very nice. Take a couple-minute break and then get back to work.
I took about a 3-hour break, so that's not great.
Do your chores. Pack. Move things. I'm not sure what you're doing.
I'm packing because I'm leaving.
Go pack.
And if I'm also honest, another thing that happened is I was at the store today, and I took a page out of your book and picked up some snacks.
Sweet.
So now I have a party-sized package of Biscoff cookies.
Yeah.
And
For
yeah,
the win.
it's one of the few cookies that I absolutely adore. I don't like many cookies, but dry packed store-bought cookies. But these are the ones that I'm these are stellar.
You can always pick up extra tethers and just get to the end and pick up the ones that you don't want there. And they'll repackage.
Lotus. You guys do far too good of stuff.
Contact. Engines disengaged.
Yes. Biscoff. This is where it's at, man. I'm telling you. 10 out of 10. You know what that calls for? Another cookie. I agree.
I was gonna say milk, but I guess another cookie works too.
Ooh. Hold on, I go get milk. I'll bring you with. I need to find a suitable cup, though. I think this one will do.
Yes, a dunking cup.
Of course. Well, it's not a cup, it's a mug, so.
Mm-hmm. They're quite often the best because they are wide. Drinking glasses are randomly.
This one's actually more narrow at the top than it is at the bottom, but it's still a great mug. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. Also, yeah.
Not a bad mug design. Anti-spill. Maybe not the best for dunking, but.
Remember, loitering is a violation.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship released. Access corridor is clear.
Every cup is equal, made for dunking. We can accept that. These people are fighting again. The barbarians. That is not how space would be. You would not be shooting the shit out of people at the front of the star
Scan
port.
detected.
That's just not. That's not how you encourage people to visit you and travel, and that's not how you arrest criminals. Hey, there's this one criminal on board. What should we do? Blow the whole ship up, crew, passengers.
Frameshift
You
drive
what?
charging.
Now, I will say, the thing you're forgetting about this stuff is that they're very thin. They're like a thin, long
Temperature critical.
rectangle. So it doesn't really matter on what cup it is. It works perfectly because they're a small cookie. I guess they're technically a biscuit, but not the point. But, yeah. I also found some protein chocolate milk stuff. I'm just gonna, because a little bit of chocolate milk to dip it in. It has some stuff in it. It's always good too.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I'm using a fork, but for some reason, my mind went, yes, use the back of the fork. Don't use the top. So now I'm stirring it with the handle of the fork. I'm an idiot. I know what you're thinking. You're like, why are you using a fork? I don't know.
Hey, why are you using a fork?
It was close. That's it. But yeah, these mugs, this mug
You
style is
can
kind
do
of
it,
similar.
devs.
If you saw
Make
some
a-
of those, like, kind of try. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Make a
devs.
game plan. Bring tethers. Get some oxygen filters.
It's not gonna despawn, luckily, so it's gonna stay there. It's very much like a just work your way out there. Tethers, make some oxygen tanks, make whatever you need to get yourself there.
Don't try to
You can try and
go
brute
in
force,
there
but
fast.
eventually-
Didn't work, you know. Trying to force it. So go slow and tether out and.
Sound Kruger, Bravo Alpha November. Station services are prepped for your arrival. Greetings, Commander. Request approved. You are clear for approach to pad 39er. Clear for automated approach vectoring.
It tethers at the bag, but you don't know where it is. It's in that direction that you keep heading towards, I imagine. And there should be tethers out to it. So you should get there eventually.
And I got milk.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay, yep. That's good.
Landing gear deployed.
Well, now I can never eat these again. The same, without chocolate milk. Just dramatically increase the pleasure of eating these.
Landing successful. Deploying ground services.
The more you know. Dev said, I got lost following a weird tether, fell down a cliff, and died.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's not me. Could have been me. I hope it wasn't me. Very well could have been me. If it was me, I apologize. I don't think I crossed any crevasses and ravines. I think I just went in a straight line.
Incoming message.
Hey. We're cordial.
Hey. With who? Like the doc or a faction?
The Cali 9352 jet station holding
Yes,
state.
it's just one of the factions.
Mm-hmm. And another one, a prison colony.
You're friends with the prison colony?
I'm cordial.
Oh. Are you transporting prisoners or something?
No, they're in a luxury. All I have is luxury.
Who are you transporting then from the prison colony?
I don't know, one of their bosses or...
Well, I can imagine as, here, alright, prisoners, hop on. We have this transport ship, and they hop in. It's just like a first-class cabin.
I had a group of 5 people and a group of 3 people. This was... I have no idea. This was a group of people.
Yeah.
They were people-y. People.
Ooh, like people? Like human beings?
I think so. Damn it, I didn't make them do one of those. Is this a car? Is this a tree?
One of those human tests. Oh, you should have done a CAPTCHA. One of those CAPTCHA things to see if they're a robot too.
Everything says it's 100%, but the repair all structural elements says 264 credits.
Yeah, occasionally they're just slightly
and
damaged.
Ship integrity and paint is 10 credits. So, like, what I do...
what you're doing to your... Well, I will say that paint does get destroyed as you just fly through the system. Because if you think about it, there's, like, debris and rocks, and you're flying at a million miles per hour.
If your shields failed, you would be dead.
Mm-hmm.
You would be a big nuclear explosion if your shields failed. And actually, there should be, like, just tons of little ones, unless like you really can push everything out of your way, and then it like you warp space around you,
I was like, I guess
so
if you
you're
have some
pushing
kind of weight
everything
to it,
away. And
if you kind of like push through the air, I guess the space.
but I don't get their thing. I don't get that. Weird. It's weird. I did not make enough money to buy anything, even if they had it for sale.
Check out the engines though. See if that's how you get dissipate or heat dissipation. That's what you're looking for.
Heat efficiency 1.
That's what I think it is. And all engines
And
produce 1.3 heat per second or whatever it is. So you have to kind of counteract that.
I have 10 million, but I have to keep 6. I don't have enough.
Mm-hmm.
Stick them in the big one. They can just lounge around, spread out.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship released. Follow the greens on your way out.
People are shooting in or out of the... It's a madhouse. People are shooting through the opening of the starport.
Why?
Scan detected.
I don't know.
Well, find it out. Blast local, Black.
Should I go park and read the news?
What did he do? Stuck in the loading dock. Killed him.
Like, I'm trying to fly out the center because I'm
You
this
are clear
huge
to resume
ship,
own navigation. Safe travels,
and
Commander.
people are shooting in or out of the
4,
starport.
3, 2,
Did you get hit?
1.
No.
Oh, good.
But still, what the hell?
I've eaten cookies. I'm happy. I'm now incredibly tired, and I've had a cup
Warning.
of milk.
Temperature critical.
You had a what?
A cup of milk with chocolate and protein.
Chocolate protein.
Really good stuff.
Some of them are really good. Some of them not so much. Some of
Like, it's
them are
less-
like, damn, this is like as good as any like chocolate milk mix or whatever flavor they're going for.
Like, it's probably not like a protein powder. Like, I have protein powder, but it's not quite like this stuff isn't isn't a protein powder. It's more of like a chocolate milk additive, has a bunch of vitamins, minerals, and protein in it. Just kind of this like a
Like a Carnation instant breakfast type of deal.
yeah, it's like one of those. So yeah,
Frameshift drive charging.
that's good. It was tasty. It's good. It's nice.
Nice.
I recently came out with a new movie of that, so I need to go watch that at some point.
3, 2, 1.
I'm just stumbling all over my words. It's so weird to turn around and just see an empty space in my room. But the good thing is that there's, instead of just one port or one wall outlet over where my desk is now, there's actually two.
Temperature critical.
So that's 4 plugs. So that means I don't have to have all, two or, is it just 2?
Fuel
Yeah,
scooping.
I don't have to have 2 extension cords, pretty much both filled. I can have one for lights, one for computer stuff. I'm less likely to just blow the fuse through one outlet. One that's much more accessible, one that I can connect like my
Fuel scoop
all of my power
disengaged.
and stuff to plug in phones and super nifty. So I'm a little excited for that. I need to do that within the next month and a half at least. You know, it'll be great. Well, so maybe we just gotta, one of these days we both just move to our separate new separate spots. Heck, I could put an L-shaped desk in here. Ooh. Have half of the desk for computer, half the desk for projects. So yeah, thinking of picking up some woodworking, so that could be fun. Could make all sorts of things.
You do not want to do pretty much any type of woodworking in your room.
Oh, I get that. More of a joke, but not the point. Yeah, there's
From
I've told myself-
experience.
I don't do any clay work, I'll occasionally do tinsmithing, but none of the soldering stuff. Sometimes cutting, but very little metal work, because metal shavings, clay dust, wood dust, shavings, very unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
Like, clay dust is dangerous in a different way than I think, like, metal and wood, because the metal shavings, they just like get itchy and it's really unpleasant. It's the same with, I think, wood, but the clay
Depends
dust
on
will
the
kill
wood.
you. Clay will genuinely actually kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Clay dust, you'll get siliconitis. It's otherwise known as you'll get clay in your lungs, and it'll just cake up your lungs and you'll eventually suffocate. It's great. Very fun. Yeah, there's that. There's your fun fact of the week. The most exciting fun fact, I think. Yeah, there you go. And just also all sorts of things, but an L-shaped desk is quite nifty, as you can have room to spread out, because my desk is tiny.
Welcome to this federal
So
Starport,
jam-packed.
Commander.
I have so much on my desk.
Permission authorized.
Oof.
Assigned to landing pad 2-4.
That's what I was kind of looking at, thinking it'd
Automated
be
docking
nice
assist is now in progress.
That
if I
point,
can pull off finding a room for it.
Oh, and the office is so nice. I'm looking at my work setup, and I'm like, why don't I have like a desktop with 2 monitors, like a whole lot of space for all your peripherals? Really nice, really useful. But here I am with this tiny little desk that, when it was probably made, was never intended to put this much on it. But yet, I am still using it. Still work. So don't think the manufacturers were like, yes, we know what they'll do. They'll put a vice on it. It was probably not on their list of like, this is the uses for it. Not really much of a workbench.
You should give it a review as a workbench.
I think it's older. I think its desk is like older than I am. Or at least like super old. One of those has just been kind of in my family for years and years and years.
Touchdown. Deploying ground services.
So I don't even know where it's from, who made it, don't know. Imagine I could ask around, but more work.
Work.
Incoming message.
Okay, managed to get cordial with another group. But I don't think they're part of my main group. Oh well.
Alright, back to packing, because I've
Go
gotten
pack.
incredibly distracted. Well, I only quite
Quit
literally just need to
eating.
stand up and turn around.
Quit
Like I'm.
eating delicious little cookies and go pack.
No! Fight me. It's so tasty. Super tasty, man. Like, really good. Also now, I've got essentially clothes and stuff packed. Now I need to decide on, like, what else do I take? I think I gotta find my hammock and all sorts of stuff. I don't even know where I've left my hammock. It's around here somewhere. Keep using it and then putting it in a different spot each time for some reason. Not a brilliant way to do it, but you know, it kind of works. I don't know where I'd put it. Can't have gone too far, right? Let's see, what else can I bring? So many options, you know? Options. Anyway, yeah. What'd you make in the shop today for that? Shift the question back to somewhere else. I'm assuming you can hear me. I don't actually know.
Bunch
Yeah,
of leaves.
I gotcha. Those are fun. Useful. I've been all over the place in that shop. I spent the other day just working on my knife. Still am not done with it. But I did have one of the newer blacksmiths. Well, maybe not. I don't know if they're still working in there or not. But they were on the schedule, so I taught them. At least some of the basics, especially how to make sure to put all the tools away at the end of the day. But that's never been a problem, right?
No.
So hopefully, if they are in there, that will be able to make a difference, as it is incredibly frustrating to go into a dirty shop, especially in that shop. I can attest to that. I have done it. Usually I do it to myself, but that's not the point.
It's different when you do it to yourself.
Like there's days when I'm in there on Friday, or I'm in there on Saturday, and then I'm in there on Monday, and I walk in, I'm like, who the heck left this shop? Oh, wait, that was me. I did that. I did that to myself. Ah. Ooh, I found my box of dice.
Ooh.
I have like 200 D&D dice in here, so if you need a set, let me know, and I'll put them together for you. Heck, I could give you some of the basic ones just so you can roll for things. A D4 and a D6, D8, D10, D12, D100, D20. Yeah? Very nearly. Okay. I just need to find my hammock. Yeah.
Where could
I've
it
got
be?
a couple. I want one.
How many
I've got
places?
one that I know I like. It's my climb. The one I have in my climbing pack always. And it's the one that comes with.
Access
What?
corridor is clear.
No. It's the problem is I've shuffled my entire room and flipped it upside down. I don't know. It might be in my trunk. Maybe I'll get back to it now. I've got a one-man sitting on the ground, but I've got two-man that has the tree straps on it, which is what I want.
Ooh.
I think I've got one of the. I'm still gonna look for it, just because it's useful. And I've got all the clothes from it, like shoes and everything I need to survive. It's more of, let's get a water bottle and put my backpack together, a book in there. Yeah. Good luck.
Frameshift drive.
I know.
charging.
Well, no. Not here, but there. Yes. Yes, technically, yes.
2.
Entirely there.
Engage.
Whatever. Alright. Good luck. Earlier than what Scotty is wanting. I would say it was like 2 hours it is. I was like, I'm convinced Scotty has never flew anywhere. I am thoroughly convinced. Is he on our flight?
Yeah.
Is he sitting? Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna complain. That guy is chaotic.
So, is there any context in that one that you should actually?
Well, Dad also said go earlier. Actually, no. I was like, well, what I've always said, especially with Mom and Dad and Grandpa, is it's much easier to waste 30 minutes sitting at your terminal and freak out in the middle of security. What'd I miss? I missed something, probably. Did I miss something?
I was eating a cupcake and Forgot to
Oh,
slow
how
down.
dare you. But did you miss the place or did you slam into it?
I went rocketing by it.
No, yeah, that sounds about right. Chatting with my brother. Getting our plan together for tomorrow. Flying with him. Alright, we're gonna move the Tinker's Pig over to the other side of the room because there's no space over here. And the problem with it at the moment is when I made it, I did not ever think, yes, let's make it nice and soft on the edges because I'll be putting this on the ground. No, instead made them like borderline razor sharp, and so every now and then I kick it and it like cuts into you. It is brutal.
So I'm hearing redesign or make a new one.
I would love to. My guess is Brian actually would be fine with it. If I proposed that idea, being like, hey, I'm gonna make a new one. I imagine he'd be like, go ahead. But the problem is, well, actually, no, I could probably do it really fast. And I probably need to. A lot of the pieces after doing years, 2 years of working with it, I've learned what I do and don't like about it. So I could probably redesign it, make it really nice, make it pretty much properly in some ways.
You could make things that are designed to like actually hold some of the tools and.
Well, it holds. I made it in a shape to fit all the tools I kind of needed, but I've gained extra tools. So it holds all the tools that I use on a consistent basis very well. It holds my 2 hammers, my blowtorches, and a couple tools that I also use, and then a handful of extra random chunks of metal. Because who else doesn't want to be carrying around 10 or 15
extra weight
extra
along
pounds
with a bunch of hammers.
But it's only like, I don't know, I need to weigh it. I guess, here, should I go weigh it?
Yeah.
Let me go weigh my tool. Ugh. I'll be back momentarily. I should put a proper I think my propane tank's nearly empty. I could put a new one in it, just as a actual frame reference, but I'll be back.
Get,
I'll go weigh
get
it.
a little bit more accurate reading. Don't break the scale.
Landing gear deployed.
Sharp edges.
Landing complete. Ship is locked down.
Let's keep trying to raise my hand. Interpretation.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship released. Access corridor is clear.
Most of these little fighter guys are my friends now.
Hello?
Hello?
Ah, there we go.
Scan detected.
For some reason I wasn't picking up my mic. Alright, I have an official number. How much do you think it weighs?
2 tons.
Yep, exactly. It's more than my car.
Scan detected.
25 pounds. 25 pounds is what I'm carrying around with me on a daily basis.
Have a safe flight, Commander.
And that's
What?
with pain tank. I think my favorite part is that my hammer,
Frameshift
my main
drive
hammer, is only
charging.
2.5 pounds. So I have another 20 pounds worth of metal in there. Like I've got like pliers and sharp things and stabby things and
2,
all sorts of just tools to get anything done. I can do pretty much all the jobs. I got my apron and my glasses. It's literally jam-packed, but there's a lot of metal. Some bars of tool steel, and then some round chunks and square chunks of tool steel. Both of those are like 10 pounds. So there's a lot of metal in there.
So much randomness.
It's all useful. So if I went to work and was like, I want to make a knife today, I have enough metal in there to make a knife with different steels,
fuel
1095 or 440C. I've got all of it. You know? Super useful. It's pronounced options. Lots of options. So I can make all sorts of things. Big, small, round, large, square. It can be done. Just some of those require significantly more effort than the others, which is less fun. But not the end of the world.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
There you go. Now you know how much my Tinker's Pig weighs. And if I made a new one, I would honestly be a little bit bigger. And yeah, so I think that'd be fun. Well, maybe I'll consider that idea. I could probably make it, if I was inside, probably in a day or two, maybe 3 or 4. Kind of depends on how I was feeling.
Am I Thor?
Good.
Brooks asks, or Doves asks. Brooks.
Do you have Thor's hammer?
No.
I know a guy who made a Thor's hammer, and it's incredibly heavy. Really
Yes.
nice guy. I've yet to go and visit his
Oh,
shop.
D-Pugs, are you Thor? 25 pounds.
Well, that's just my tool bag. And then my average hammer these days is anywhere from 2.5 to 4 pounds, so sometimes. I don't have a heavier hammer than 4 pounds, but 4 pounds is quite heavy. Like, really unnecessarily heavy. But I like it. It's fun. It makes very light work of whatever the heck you hit it with, whatever you hit. It's one of those types of hammers that's like, haha, I'm here, and then smack, okay, I'm flat. And then it's round or flat. Boom, boom, done, check, next. Allows you to be super quick, super efficient. I love it. It's a fun hammer. 10 out of 10. Would recommend it if you can really deal with it. Otherwise, can't deal with it, don't get it, it will break your arm. Alright, I'm here. It's quest docking. And they'll take me in. I love that I'm already like, I think I'm cordial with these guys already. Maybe even friendly. I've done so many contracts with these guys out here. I think I've done like 3 or 4 in the last month. Just to the same $4.5 million station. A minimum of 4.5 million light seconds. Occasionally it's more, sometimes less. I like this area. Far, but it takes ages. Katzenstein Dock. I don't know if you've been here many times or not.
Frameshift drive charging.
Do you remember when you... Do you remember...
Who knows?
Do you remember where you went earlier when you had that $4.5 million one? Was it Collie or something? One of those other
No.
faraway ones?
4,
Not
3,
Katzenstein.
2, 1.
I
Engage.
don't remember what it was. I've had a couple far ones, but the one I did at the beginning was ridiculous.
Warning.
That's the one I just
Temperature
did with
critical.
4.5 million light seconds. They're far.
System scan
Um,
complete.
When did I damage? Why do I have damaged? What?
The one I went to was
Oh,
0.14 light years.
yeah, that's what I just did. 0.14 light years. That's 4 million light seconds.
It really sucked.
Yeah, I just did that. So I just got here, and my ship integrity is 0. My paintwork is 0. $90 worth of credits just to repair my thrusters. Nothing, any modules otherwise, but yeah, no, it's just my ship integrity. I wonder if they updated something, because that doesn't feel right. I don't think it used to do that.
No, I didn't get shot at. I didn't do anything sketchy. What the hell's my ship integrity doing?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just
Because
did
I
that, where
flew
my ship integrity
fast?
was 0.
Because I
Literally
accelerated
0%.
fast?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
what a stupid thing. Back up to Allied with the Federation, which is fun.
Woohoo!
Let's find another mission somewhere else. We'll get backpacking, because I'm getting incredibly distracted. I put some clothes in a bag, but I'm like, I now need to do all sorts of other things. Who needs to go somewhere far away? Or is willing to do your mission for like 3 or 4... Where do you guys want to go? Different places. Where do you want to go? But they'll each give me 3 reputation, which is pretty good. Like this person for 96,000 credits will give me... I'm gonna grab that. That must be a really short mission. 96,000 or 3 reputation? I will definitely take 3 reputation for a really short mission.
Frameshift drive charging.
I'm to the point where I'm pretty close to ranking up again. I would love just to kind of punch through that. I need to make sure I'm doing the
4, 3,
right
2,
teams.
1. Engage.
None of you are doing things for this right team that I want.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Just take the big money.
So I don't need the money. I got $39 million. And I'm kind of just wanting to get the Imperial Corvette. As soon as I've got that, then I need to spend the $100 million, $200 million, maybe even 3 or 4 times that price just to upgrade it.
Yep, so you should take some money.
Well, I don't need it. I'm 3 or 4 ranks below.
You'll need it later. Take some money.
Well, I'm taking some money, but I also kind of want to rank up enough at the moment. I'm still like 3 or 4
Fuel
ranks
scoop
too low,
disengaged.
so I need to straight up just really intensely rank up. It's gonna take me some time. Like in that meantime, like it's 100 plus, maybe like 20 or 30, maybe even 100 missions just to rank up. So I have lots of time to get the materials. And making money for me isn't too hard because I'm a decent trader. I just can make money fairly efficiently. I don't know. I just work here. Ooh, 33 light seconds. This is gonna be like a 6-second long mission. For 3 reputation? Sweet. I'm down to that. Down for that. I'll do a couple of those for easy money. Or easy rep. Making the monies.
Peanut butter's good.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Goes great with Nutter Butters.
More peanut butter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, alright.
A little bit of peanut butter with your peanut butter flavored cookie.
Been sitting here at the station for like a couple seconds, minutes maybe. Completely forgot that I was here. I'm so used to these super long ones, I'm not used to instantly arriving. "33 light seconds is a fast mission, especially for some decent rap. Because once I get the ship, I'm not getting rid of this one that I've got. So I'll build that other ship just slowly, because this one's pretty much maxed already. So I can put all the money to that one. And I already know that that's going to be one of those ships that's going to take your ship, and it's going to be at least like 2 or 3 times the price for some of those. Because it's one of the nicer ships in the game. Annoyingly so. Yours is great for that, but I think that one's just an all-arounder. Great for fighting, great for everything. Doesn't matter what you're doing with it, it's gonna get the job done. And it's scary too.
For that price, it should.
It's an Imperial Corvette, man. If I see one of those like flying around and I'm like, oh, I've gotta go and attack that person, no, I'm giving up, I'm dropping this contract immediately. Because they've got like, what,
Before they see me.
8 or 9 large hard points minimum or something like that. They've got this crazy amount of stuff. If I even try to step in there, they're just gonna be like, ha, nope, and like swat me away like a bug. And you're like, oh, well, I'm dead. Sucks. Dumbass. Takes a while to get up the ranks. Wow, I'm in a Yuri Grom area? Whoa. How the heck did I end up over here? Huh, that's interesting.
Borders shift around.
Well, I don't know if I've ever been to this area. Okay,
If
I'm
we
sorry,
knew
buddy,
more
but-
and paid more attention, I think there's some major stuff going on.
Definitely.
Because the person I'm pledged to is pretty much pushed off the map in this area. So I think there's some major border shuffling, power plays. Because I don't think they control like the space around their home planet.
Might. Go to Montana first. Okay. I'm gonna do two fairly quick ones, both for 200,000 light seconds, and in total like $5 million. Which I consider a decent chunk of money. But I did abandon one guy. I'm like, I don't care who you are. Your contract was worth 93,000. Compared to some of the other missions I get, you are most definitely not worth my time. I'm trying to get out of the front door, and I'm like, oh, perfect, someone just came in. So I start to fly out, and right as I'm flying out, I see that someone else is flying in, and I'm like, oh no. Just had to speed up as fast as I could, and oh boy.
Hope it's an AI and then get out of your way.
What the heck is the... Why are my buttons different now? What the heck? What is going on? What is the button to do silent running? Who are you? Miss Clemens.
Was it delete?
You wanna go... Wait. Did I read that right? You wanna go to a different place that instead of going 200,000 is only 291 light seconds. So closer. What is the button to... Why are my buttons not working anymore?
Magic?
So stupid. Why is it changing my controls?
Is it your voice thing?
No, I don't even have it on. It's the actual game itself. Shift controls.
Did the DLC do it?
Don't know. Flights. What is deploy weapons? Is U. Of course it is.
Sorry, everything's a little different because I'm using controller and keyboard because they don't have everything bound to the controller. Yay!
Well, there is, actually. So if you hold down, like, Y, it'll bring up a list of controls. And then you can use the D-pad. So you can do silent running and all of that with the controller. You just have to hold down those buttons. And then I think all of the buttons, so Y, X, B, and A, all of those will activate a different option set. And so if you hold down, I think it's... Oh, it's now different now that I'm on a different controller scheme. That's interesting. Oh, so if you turn it to... I don't know what your controls are set to. If you have it set to with keyboard and mouse, it will... You get to use all of that. But I had it set to control pad default, I think. And that allows you to do all of the flight stuff without need for a... So you can activate all of it with that. Interesting. I think it's control pad default. I think all the controls will still work on mouse and keyboard, but
I have to use
interesting.
both. Like to open the chat thing, I have to press 2. To open
Okay, yeah.
the mission log thing, I have to press 1.
So you can, if you set it to control pad default, you can actually like hold, I think it's X, and you can press up to go to your comms, external, roles, internal. You can go to all your panels. And then what? Super Cruise. There we go. Oh, I don't want to do just Super Cruise. I want to do Hyperdrive. That's interesting. I think when you have it on control pad default, if you just press Y, I think that will actually engage and disengage your FSD, so you don't need to press J. You can just literally click on it.
I think it might be the target button. But it might also double. It might have so many damn uses.
Well, at that point, you can hold down Y, and you can hold down some of the other buttons, and you can literally just like select next hostile target. You can select highest threat. You can select all of these things for you, so you don't actually have to worry about it. I don't actually know how to do anything else, but I think it's useful. Then it tells the game, like, oh, I don't have a keyboard, so put all the controls in the game.
Okay, the game does a great job explaining everything to you.
Well, I do occasionally. I had to walk 90 through the tutorial, because the tutorial in this game sucks. It just teaches you how to fight. It doesn't teach you how to do anything else. It's like, fight, and then here's how you jump somewhere else and land. Okay, good luck, have fun. It's like, what? You're not gonna teach
And
me how
now
to, like...
you've done things. You know nothing about how
Doesn't teach you
anything
how to, like,
works,
trade.
how to make money, how to survive and keep going.
So I literally had to like walk him through. I was like, listen, here's how you do it. And then at one point, he just had one type of mission, which was like was fighting training. And I was like, and it didn't matter where he went, that was the only mission he had. I was like, that's odd. I'd never seen it before, but interesting. I wasn't paying enough attention because I think it was like 4 in the morning. He was slowly becoming more and more raging, and I don't enjoy listening to the rage. It bugs me. So at one point I was like, dude, I can't help you. If you're not gonna listen, I can't do much. So, yeah, that's fun. Not a huge fan of the rage.
Yeah.
I know some people like it, but ugh, it drives me crazy. So this person is going to give me more money to go a shorter distance. So you're going to get there like 5, 10, 15 times less time. It probably would have taken me 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes to get there, and I'm now getting there in 10 or 15 seconds. Like, I love these type of missions. They're like, hey, would you like this? I'm like, yes. As long as it's not like 1 million, 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not longer, but shorter. Oh, heck yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
That was the easiest $1 million. And high reputation game. Boom, done, bang. Boss.
Contact. Engines
Done.
disengaged.
Finished. Oh, look, I'm here. Buddy, you should give me some extra money because I'm getting you here on time. Like, you're a general or someone. I think you're a head of state, so I think the government here would be more than happy to just give me some extra money. And we're in. Let's get this person landed, collect my money, and we'll call it good, and get the next job done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I should finish packing.
Go pack.
I'll do it here in a minute. Because the next mission I wasn't given the offer to go shorter distance, and so I will have to fly that one fully. Ooh, yeah, let's do that one. Boom, money, and some reputation. Where's my rep standing now? 93%. And then we'll have to do a mission of some sort to go fight or deliver some cargo, I'm not sure. I love that I've got 2 good cabins in here. Like, I can carry, I don't know, 16 people, and I have 64 cargo capacity and 17 light years. Just jumps it off. So satisfying. And then I'm gonna go back to somewhere not far away because I don't wanna have to jump back to an annoying distance.
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different transport missions going to the same place. The same
Dang.
system.
Ooh, those are good. So you want to go there, and you want to go... Let's get rid of the other guy first. You're not that long. It's like a 300-second flight. Ooh, I ranked up to cordial with the Iron Legion. Cool,
Ooh.
Iron Legion. I should become good friends with them. That's very, like, me. Let's make sure before I fly out of space. Oh, dang it, it is. It's illegal passenger. I thought that was too much money for a little bit short flight. Alright, let's get rid of you. Please. Thank you. Delete. Stop overheating. Let myself cool down a little right as I jump. Started to do that as I will turn off silent running right as I'm about to jump away. Makes it so you don't overheat in the middle of the jump. Because that whole distance, then you land and you heat back up again. You're like, I now have 120% heat. Ow. Alright, where do you want to go? You're really close. Dextergrad. Cool. What a fun name. Do some quick fuel scooping.
I have my whole ship full for the first time.
Dang. I very rarely actually end up filling.
I only have
Like,
4 cabins, though.
If they're going to the same place, it's great, but I can usually only find like 2 that want to go to the same full-on place.
They're just going to the same system. Not
Yeah.
You're going to the same.
Like, those are great, but even like the same system, usually I can only find.
I don't know. Let's see, where's the plug? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
A little quiet.
A little quiet?
Landing
Now you're
gear
back to
retracted.
normal.
It's like I've plugged my headset into my mic so I can actually hear the game and hear things, I guess. That's really nifty. Especially in a game where I'm flying around illegals.
3 different ports.
That's not too bad. Unless they're really far away. Then that's a little frustrating, but not the end of the world.
I'm an illegal passenger. I looked.
Well, it doesn't tell you anymore. It's once you take off. Or once
That's
you've
really
accepted
stupid.
it. Yeah, it's really lame. I think I've expressed that feeling of like, I just don't get why they don't say something, because it used to be like, used to say something. Now it doesn't. So you're like stuck there being like, well, okay.
Shields offline. Silent running. Warning. Temperature critical. Cannot comply. Heat sink deployed. Cannot comply. Thermal signature restored.
You are clear of the station. Federal Flight Control signing off.
A ship scan right as I was landing. Like right as I entered the front door.
Frameshift drive charging.
So
Even
irritating.
Even as I was like at silent running going, and I had a deployed heat sink. So I was at like 2% heat,
4, 3, 2.
yet I was still being like scanned. Incredibly annoying. Get out of my ship. Yeah.
Warning. Taking heat damage.
Oh look, it's not a legal person anymore. Yeah, I love that. Some people, right?
Some people that need to get off my ship.
It's like, I would love to have like a setting of like, if the passenger equals illegal, don't show me those missions. I just don't care. I don't want them.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're gonna give me 15 million for them, because I've seen those ones. It's like fly 1,000,000 light seconds. I am like a rebel leader. I will get you killed,
Frameshift drive charging.
but I'm gonna give you an absurd amount of money just to take me there. Like a crazy amount of money.
Yeah, the risk reward is not there for taking an illegal passenger for crap prices when you're randomly
They don't tell you. It's like,
surprised.
oh, by the way,
when you leave the dock, it's like,
Temperature
no,
critical.
that's you
same
guys
amount
suck.
of money either way. Come on, people. Don't do this to me.
Not moving around risk reward, not moving around people that are high risk for no money.
There has to be that reward.
Mm-hmm.
There's a high risk and a low reward, which sucks. Especially when it's like, here, I'm gonna give you like 300,000 credits. It's like, well, yes, but if I die, I'm losing my ship, which is like
Yeah,
6
all these just say
million
rich
ships.
tourist.
Yeah.
It's like, no, they obviously are not just a rich tourist.
They're an illegal rich tourist.
And I don't see where you can tell which one is the douchebag I want to get rid of.
Nope, they don't tell you. It's one of those parts of the new DLC that I'm like, guys, get this together. This is not okay. It really makes it me not really want to do these types of missions, because I'm just getting screwed over by it.
So now I have to sneak into place after place until I can get rid of the asshole that snuck on.
Alright, I'm gonna step away now. Do more packing. I can't hear you because I plugged my headphones in, so be back.
Alright,
If you need me to throw something,
Oh.
here, I don't know.
call you.
If you need me.
Yeah, that's super irritating. Almost as irritating as making you fly into gravity wells. Come on, game, get with it. Your spaceship, do spaceshipy things and don't fly into gravity wells, because that's gonna screw you over big time. And as an astronaut in a spaceship, that's kind of basic. Be in space, deal with gravity. If they don't, they just set these courses for you and fly you right next to things. It's like, come on. I've had places like double, triple my time. because
November. The Federation welcomes you. Follow station protocols and enjoy your visit, Commander.
Shields offline. Silent running.
they had you fly so close to stuff
Landing authorized.
that
Vectoring for approach to landing pad 02.
you'd lost all your speed, and I mean all of your speed.
Heat sink deployed.
Heat signature lost. Please acknowledge if you require assistance, Commander.
Warning. Temperature critical. Taking damage. Thermal signature restored.
Warning. Observe no fire restrictions.
Heat sink
Docking assist
deployed.
enabled. Approach is
Landing
clear.
gear deployed. Shields online.
Please be
Contact. Ship is locked
rid
down.
of these people. God. They're so annoying. Or give me a full list so I can see what these people's things are. If you have a list of 10 things for these people, don't show me 3 or 5. Show me the full list.
Incoming message.
At least I became friendlier with the company running this place. Sure. And I think I got rid of the legal person.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship restraints retracted. Follow the greens on your way out.
Or they're friends with me and they don't care. Oh, ships.
Scan detected. Scan detected. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Warning. Temperature critical.
floor it. Why am I going so slow? Go speed racer. This isn't bad. Once it's just cruising like this, 36% temperature. It's not the 19 of the Dolphin, but I also don't have a good engine in it yet. Or whatever setup you need to run cool. Just drop off these two peoples.
Alpha November. We look forward to receiving you at this station, Commander. Please follow docking procedures and enjoy your visit. Access granted. Sit down on landing pad 2-4. You are clear for automated approach, Commander.
Computer's so damn slick with this docking.
Landing gear deployed.
Touchdown confirmed. Dispatching ground crew. Report to station services for more information, Commander.
Landing gear retracted.
Detach confirmed. Departure authorized.
That's weird. Looks like there's a planet.
You are clear of the station. Until next time, Commander.
Took me a while, but I found my hammock.
Thanks.
Took me like 30 minutes. It's one of those types that has like the straps included. My other one didn't, so I'd have to bring like climbing gear. attach it to anything, and that's more work than its effort. More work than is needed.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Oh, Plansky. I think we're good friends too, actually. I don't remember, but we're good friends. Or at least cordial at this station. Friendly station, you know? Good people.
Mhm.
Person's given me 1.3 million. Which
Very
is some
kind.
good, sweet money.
I think I should have gotten close to $1 million dropping off all these people. Maybe a little over.
Perfect. Nothing like flying for that amount of time and not hitting anything and taking 502 damage. That must be a new thing, 'cause that is not a normal mechanic. Not super stoked on it. Like, seriously? Why am I taking this much damage? I'm not supposed
We
to take
don't
this
like
much
the way
damage.
you fly.
Come on, people.
If a ship's not supposed to turbo,
This guy wanted
then
me to
it
get there as fast
wouldn't
as I
be
could.
able to. If it's not designed and made to go long distances, like that's the only one that makes sense, but we haven't, like, you know, relative to people that play the game and actually go distances. Like, what do you do if you're exploring and you're just going out further and further?
Well, you can get a repair limpet, which is just little drones, I guess, that will fix you up. But like, come on.
But like, you have to just
That is so
constantly do
much
that,
effort.
constantly.
Every million light seconds, you gotta stop and fix yourself. Apparently, which is just absurd. Just such a ridiculous idea.
South Cruiser,
That's like a big
Bravo
chunk of
Alpha
money.
November. The Federation welcomes
not
you,
cheap.
Commander. We'd be happy to serve you at this port.
Yeah, one of my ship was 5% and 40,000.
Authorization cleared.
40,000
Proceed to landing
what?
pad 40.
40,000 for just 5%.
5%
Acknowledged, Commander.
Left or damage?
hull integrity damage, whatever.
Like, I have 0%.
The one that you have to go look for.
It's just kind of a
That
little-
should
it's
also
weird
just
car.
get repaired. When you say repair all, like, why would you repair all except for hull integrity and the paint job?
I don't think it's your hull integrity. I think it's just your ship integrity.
The shipper integrity, though.
Because I think your hull is something different. So I think the hull is the frame, but I don't know what the ship integrity is. Why is it getting damaged so heavily? Why is it getting damaged?
The
more
hull
than I
would
think
be
it is?
like your armor and your like the outside, all the windows and everything.
We'll
And then
say
the
like
ship integrity should be like the frame.
why did it deploy my hard points? Come on,
But
go
you
away.
know what? Engines don't push very hard on something in space.
Docking confirmed. Securing ship. You're all checked in,
To
Commander.
do
Enjoy your visit.
You know,
big
maybe if
missions.
I was doing certain things like visiting planets all the time, that would wreck your ship.
But I'm not. As well as like your paint. My paint
Mm-hmm.
should not be getting destroyed every flight
In space.
in space. Because also, like, you'd think they would have made some special paint for this.
Well, what's it hitting? And at those speeds, how is it not just destroying everything?
Incoming message.
Uh,
Yeah, and if your paint is being like eaten away by your like engines or shields or whatever, then they would be designed for that.
but no.
So I don't see any logic to. They've decided to tax people to add a tax, and it's really weird. Not helpful, doesn't make the game funner. So, not a fan of it. Not a
I'll
fan
eventually
of
fix it.
the sneaking illegal people, and like if they have 10 things that's associated with that person, show me 10 of them. Don't show me 3 or 5. If there's more things for that person, let's see them. Because I want to make an informed decision about who gets on my ship. And if someone sneaks onto your ship, you shouldn't have a penalty for, or a very big penalty for abandoning the mission and getting rid of them. You'd be well within your rights to just get rid of people that, like, your terms of service are going to be upfront with me. Don't turn me into, especially for no money. Don't turn me into a criminal for no money. I'm risking 6 million on my buyback, and I'm getting 200,000. Bite me.
Engage FSD.
All right. I think I'm done with this for tonight.
Sounds good.
It's
I
been
don't know why.
fun.
Controls are being all broken again.
We'll
Not
be
stoked about
back
it.
at it for more shenanigans. I'll be back at it for more shenanigans. Hopefully, Depugs can hop on,
I'm bringing some stuff with me, so I might be able to.
circumstances permitting. But he's off to vacation. Uh, the train man's helping his parents set up their new little
Engage FSD.
adventure. So who knows what we'll do for the next week or so. We'll see who's around. Might play some single player games.
Do it.
But we'll see who shows up, if people are around, and
Play some
say hi and chat before I start streaming so I know they're there. Then we'll see what they're up to, what they might want to play, hang out. And if not, who knows?
HFSD.
I've got a bunch of games, bunch of games. Just gotta get stuff loaded and decide what to do. See you later, Doves. Thanks for hanging out. You're the VIP. We'll be back at it Monday. Hopefully we'll get Renegade back in and Doves and Grumbles wanted to hop in so he could play with Renegade, so hopefully he'll be around. And then who knows for next week's schedule? Might be a little chaotic. It'll be fluid. We will be water. Alright, have a good one. If you got questions or whatnot about Astroneer, just throw them in Discord and we'll do our best to answer. And have a great day. See you later.